Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from America. We are coming to you live. This is Cricket 360, 360 TV, coming from the Parham Views Sporting Complex in Cartersville, Georgia. We're in Bartow County, and it's the LPS League. That is the Lueva Patidar Samaj Vapita Tapi USA League, and we're watching the Boston B versus the Dallas Metroplex. At the end of the first over, Boston B end that first over at 5 for 1. They won the toss and elected to bat. And the man to be dismissed is Parimal Patel. And he was bowled by Anand Dallas Patel. So the new batter coming to the crease is Zinal Patel. Of this team, well, you can certainly look out for Ashok Patel, who had a very good innings against the Rising Stars yesterday. He had a 53 or 42. So let's take a look at the points table here, and so the Dallas Metroplex A are actually third in the table. They've won both their games. Confirm the Boston B are for you. Boston A are in sixth, and I think the Boston B, aka the Waltham Tigers, very close to the bottom of the table, if not at the bottom. New bowler is Mehul Patel. And bowling to Hitesh. But it scored 14 yesterday against the Rising Stars. Big swing there by Hitesh. She gets it down to the extra cover region, and the fielder makes a bit of a hash of it. Didn't get down quickly enough, and he smacks that through the extra cover region for a good shot from Hitesh. Actually, my apologies, that's Zinal. No, confirmation it is Ital, my apologies. The scoreboard is just updated. So that is definitely Hitesh. Good cricket there, a good delivery, and he just opened the face and ran that down to short third man to get that single. So turning over the strike immediately, and this should bring Zinal back into strike. He is on 4 off 2 deliveries. That single takes Hitesh to 6. Nice push into the cover region. And so for everyone tuning in, my apologies, I arrived a little bit tardy to the ground due to some traffic. It's Andrew Chan in your company. My producer, director, and all-around good guy is Matthew Rajadam. And we have a supermodel on camera today, Maddie. It's that man, Liam Mamchan. Walks around in slow motion everywhere. Another wide. I'm not jealous of young fellows, Maddie, but I really wish I had Liam's beardage because he has a lovely beard. I know when the wind flows through it and it just goes around and then he pouts his lips in that manner. End of the over. Good couple wides from it. That lovely boundary from Hitesh. And at the end of it all, it's 20 for 1. 2 overs there for the Boston B, electing to bat. Now the score has gone to 14 for 1 after that second over. Dallas is back into the attack. His first over went for 5 runs, and he did take that wicket as well. That was Parimal, who was bowled by Dallas. Feeling for that one. That was a dangerous little feather there by Hitesh. And Dallas, certainly with his new ball, certainly has a little bit of a, I wouldn't call it pace by any means, but a little zip about him. So they'll have to be careful of that, especially with the new ball. Let's have a look at his run up now. Very straight into the crease, working the arms. A bit of a stutter, a bit of a time in the air. Another flirtation with that one by Hitesh. And he will probably want to hit himself for that one. It was an unnecessary flirt. Punched up in the air, almost back to the bowler. Maybe a slower ball there from Dallas. It almost seemed to stick in the pitch. Hitesh is rehearsing a pull. There's actually nobody behind square on the leg side. So any mistake, anything on the leg side, and it's easy pickings for the batsman. So Dallas will have to watch his line. And we've seen that the batters are very, very capable of hitting across the line using their wrists. Appeal for caught behind, and he's given. Dallas strikes again. Hitesh goes, and the second wicket falls with the score on 16. ETH goes for just 6 of 10 deliveries. So they're in a spot of butter here. The Boston B. It's the third over of their innings, and they're already in. They've already lost 2 wickets. And the new batter is confirmed as Aryan Patel, who has done a bit of bowling as well. Not a bad bowler at all. Coming out of early to bat. Certainly hope that we see Ashok very shortly. It was a brilliant innings from him. And then there was Mayank Senior and Rohit Patel towards the end that were able to get the Boston B to 155 for 6 yesterday against the Rising Star team. That was Rising Stars A. Eventually the Rising Stars A did pull off with that victory. Interestingly enough, yesterday the Boston B were also in a similar stage. They were 20 for 2, and then they were 29 for 4 actually before they managed to get up to 70 for 5 and eventually folded for 155. It was a brilliant recovery from them. Beautiful leg before, probably drifting down the leg side. End of the over, it's a successful one, and it's 16 for 2 the score, I believe, remains at. So was that? No, that's it's not a maiden. There was there were 2 runs in the over, a wide and a single. So that is 16 for 2 at the end of 3. And sending down a good couple of wides here. His figures are 1.1 overs, none for 10. And I would suspect that at least half of those runs are wides alone. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, he sent down 3 wides in his first over. And then another one here. But certainly seems when he gets it on the mark, the batters are getting trouble getting him away. It's cracked through square on the offside. Will it get to the ropes? The fielder does well. No. He sort of fumbled it. He pulled it back, but then his foot took it over the ropes for 4. And that's a much needed 4 there from Zinal. 3.4 overs gone. It was a good shot. Let's have a look at the shot again here. Gave himself some room, and then it was a completely square drive. And then the poor fielder got the dive in. and then absolutely volleyed it over the ropes for 4. Feeling for that one outside the off stump yet again. Good over comes to an end by Mehul. He's unfortunate with that 4, but 21 for 2 after 4. Dallas to continue. 2 overs, 2 for 7. Ooh, that was a good delivery there. A little bit slow bringing on his bat there with Arian. It could have been in a spot above there. This could be an interesting over. Arian is yet to get off the mark. Dallas is on top of his game. So Arian, and then there's just 2 overs left in the power play. And they really haven't maximized that at all. 21 for 2 after 4.1. Gets a bit of width there, cuts that down to short third man. Zinal was looking for the run, it wasn't on, and he was sent back well. A good throw coming in. Dallas was doing the backup there. The throw came in fast, but it was very, very high. Zinal had the opportunity to get back. But he also did slip as well, Matthew. So if he had slipped fully, he would have been in all sorts of bother. Flashing at that one again is Arian. Wants to get off the mark badly here. Flashing at that one again, trying to hit it maybe too hard square. In terms of the field, there's a long on in position, mid off, mid wicket, slip, one slip, short third man, backward point, and then a deep square fielder, a deep point fielder, and there's a short extra cover as well. A fairly attacking field for Dallas. That's another thick outside edge. Arian is looking for the run, but it runs onto short third man, and there is no run. It's 4 deliveries bowled in this over, and Dallas is yet to concede a run. It's some good stuff here. Flashing again, and you can hear from the oohs and ahs of the players. Let's have a look at the replay on that one, Maddie, to see how close that one was. And that was actually a maiden to end the over. 21 for 2 after 5. Brilliant stuff by Anand Dallas. Yes, let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, very close. Actually played. Yeah, that was close. He actually played a little bit over it. I think that one kept a little bit low. Could have crept back onto the stump. It was a wild swing there by Arian. So he's now faced 8 deliveries without scoring a run, including giving away a maiden. Over left in the power play. And we have a new bowler coming in into the attack. That's Tani Patel. Looks to be a similar field, except there's no slip in place. There is that short third man. It's going out to more of a wider short third man. There's a gully, a point fielder as well. Actually, that's a backward point. It's actually more of a backward point and a point. Short extra cover in as well. That's a wide delivery down the leg side, and that will be a freebie. That should run away for 5 wides. It is indeed. Tani Patel looks like he wanted to hurry Zinal a little bit, but couldn't get that one on line. Struck high in the pad, but they'll run a by, will they? The throw comes in, and the fielder, short third man, missed the stumps at the non-strikers, and I think the batter certainly would have been in trouble here. But they run the by, and Arian is now in strike, still yet to score. On the leg side, that gone very fine, and it's gone all the way to the ropes before. Badly lined delivery there by Tani, and he allows Arian to get off the mark with a freebie. Deliveries, two legal deliveries left in the official power play overs, and the Waltham Tigers are progressed to 32 for 2. So they're just about 5 runs and over, slightly over, but they will see that as a disappointing power play for sure. And that does make it the end of the over, the end of 6. At the end of power play, it's 32 for 2. Waltham Tigers, they've lost 2 early wickets with the score on 1. And then at 16, you can say it's a sort of recovery. But Dallas is the man. He has taken 2 for 7 of 3 overs, including 1 maiden. I would be very surprised if he doesn't bowl out. Yeah, 3 overs, 2 for 7, including that maiden. So that's brilliant stuff from Dallas. And there's a shot of our alternate team on field 1. Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas at the camera. He's not in prison. There's just a fencing around there. It does look like that man Dallas will continue. Some adjustments in the field. There's no slip in place now. I would have still stuck with it. And they'll get the run this time. Played very, very quickly down there to that gully region. The fielder did well. But they still managed to gather the run. Arian faced a maiden from Dallas in the previous over that Dallas sent down from the southern end of the ground. We're hoping for some better rewards in this over. That's cut over the head, and third man comes around, does very well to get that on the 1 bounce. It was in the air for a long time. To the leg side, it's behind square. The field has a lot of work to do, so they'll run around for 2. And that will actually also end the over as well. 7 overs have gone. And they have progressed to 35 for 2. So that's the end of Dallas's bowling, and send on 4 was 2 for 12. Tane resumes. His first over went for 10. Streaky single, but they get there in the end. That one's played out to the gully region. Played with soft hands, well enough. It's a good delivery by Tane. It's a beautiful line. You see that these batters, they want to just open the face, run it down to third man, maybe get a single. He's not giving them any width. That's a nice punch into the leg side. It'll go down to cow corner. They'll come back for 2. I mean, a shortage of boundaries here from Waltham, so they have to look for runs where they can. Of course, this is the third day that this pitch is being played on, so it might very well be a little bit more difficult for batting. And I'm not sure how much dew there was around this morning, Maddie. Your feet look fairly dry. Not much dew this morning. That's up in the air. That's cut square. And that's a freeing of the arms from Arian. And it goes all the way for 4. .44 for 2. Shrey Patel is the new bowler. He's coming from the southern end. Wow. I'll have a. He starts with a wide, but his arms and legs are all windmill coming in. The model Liam Mamchan says he wants to be Boomerang. The arm action, certainly. The legs are a little bit weirder. The legs look like a little bit of a puppet as he's dancing. And he's a spinner, so he's not getting as much pace as Boomerang. It certainly is a very interesting action. Sending down a few wides to start, though. Oh, beautiful stuff. Gets that one on the line. Almost getting the edge there. Asking some good questions of Zinal here. Touches this into the leg side and looks for the quick single. The throw comes in. And Arian is just about safe. That was a very, very streaky single. The keeper looks very, very upset. Let's have a look at the replay here. Good adjustment there. That was very, very close. But we'll trust the keeper's decision there. The umpire's decision, I should say. And that brings Arian back into strike. Moving on to 48 for 2, Waltham. Big swing into the mid-wicket region. Has that gone all the way? It has indeed. Arian gets a chance to free his arms against Shri and hits that away for 6. And that should bring up the 50 as well. That will make it 54 for 2, I think. Or 53. With one delivery left in the 9th. Goes to the big swing again. That one was drifting down leg side. Zinal was halfway down the pitch looking for the run. Sent back at the end. And I think that does end the 9th over at 53 for 2. And apparently the cricket on the field is not good enough. There has to be a little game off the field as well. Certainly looks like maybe they're trying some slip catching. There we go. Tane has bowled 2 overs to 17. Let's see if he's continuing. No, I don't think Tane is continuing. It might be a different bowler coming into the attack now. It is that man, Rinkesh Patel. What can Rinky do here? Flat batted down to long on just for a single. That takes Zinal up to 15. Ariane is on 19 with 2 fours and that's 6 in the last over. Beaten all ends up there. I think he got a thick inside edge on that one and they'll come back for 2. The throw comes in. A better throw at the striker's end and he might have been in some danger there. Let's have a look at the replay on that one and see what happened on that delivery. Oh yes, 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 that inside edge saving him. Certainly didn't miss the leg stump by much. Winding up for the big shot was Aryan, but he can only get it down to long off for a single. Thick edge again. That will run down to the ropes for 4. Is it fortuitous? It certainly is. Actually, the fielder picks it up just in front of the rope, so they only come back for 2. Well, Ariane is living a charmed life here. But he will end the 10th at 59 for 2. And we'll take a short drinks break and let's confirm if that drinks break is happening actually. I believe it is, so we'll take a short drinks break and be right back with the score at 59 for 2. And there's our man Gerard Basso. He's a one-man production team over there on field 3. He's doing ball following, he's doing commentary, he's doing analysis. I'm surprised he's in the water boy as well. So Shrey Patel is back into the attack. He's bowled 1 over for 9 runs. And he's actually taken a wicket as well. Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. I think the third wicket has fallen. And it's that man Zinal. Let's have a look at what happened here. Yeah, the Broomer lookalike has been stumped. Has gotten his man stumped. And that is the end of Zinal. So Waltham, aka Boston B, lose their third wicket with the score at 60 for 3. Zinal went for a well played 16 of 22. My good friend Matthew Rajaram is taking up the camera duties, and I'm feeling very self-conscious because the model is next to me. And all the young Miss Patels are streaming around and offering dowries of cows and goats and all sorts. For that young man, Liam Mamchan. As soon as he said, well, hey, I'm a cricketer as well, my, that was it for them. It's turned into the leg side by Ashok Patel. And he'll get off the mark immediately. Yesterday he made 53 of 42 deliveries against the Rising Star A team. So let's see if he's well rested and can perform here. Aryan Patel has a platform 24 of 28, strike rate of 85, which isn't bad in T20 cricket. I think the pitch is playing a little bit slower today, Liam. It's about the third day of this tournament, as I mentioned. Might be a little bit harder for the batters to get off. Good delivery there from Shri Patel. And I certainly agree with you on the point, Liam, that he does look like that man Jasprit Bumrah. However, the way his legs are flailing down the leg side, I think, yeah, and the way his legs are flailing, I think if Bumrah's legs flail like that, he'll be falling down all over the place. Let's have a look at the replay here. And then we're back live. Liam is busy chatting up ladies. He doesn't have time to pull a replay at all. That's cut in the air, cut down to third man. Will it run into the ropes before? It does indeed. Offered a bit of width there, Aryan, and made use of that. And there are three lovely young ladies who are coming to Liam's position now. That actually is the end of the 11th as well, with 65 on the board. 65 for 3. Their current run rate is 5.9, so they'll really need to get that up as much as possible. I believe that this partnership here will be the most important one. There's a close-up of Shri Patel, that man Bumrah. 2 overs and 1 for 14. Rinku continues. Ashok winds up, smacks that over long off for 6. Well. Ashok is in the mood, and he will certainly shock the Rising Stars, or the Metroplex A, I should say. Went all the way for 6 there. Just wound up and struck that. I certainly feel that, and there's that Manchester hard-working groundsman, putting in 17-80 nowadays, along with the good Mrs. Chester to get the grounds ready. Ashok Patel, the statement 6 here. What does he do now? He gets a delivery on the leg side and turns it into the leg side. So like I said, it's going to be an important partnership. And for all those watching our stream, you would see that this tournament is sponsored by Design Environment, which is an award-winning and industry-leading national commercial interior design and architecture company based in Cobb County, Georgia. They've been in business since 1979, and they have a higher goal than simply delivering a beautiful space. They're focused on creating memorable. Smack back to the bowler. That's the end of Aryan. That's a superb cotton bowl. And that man strikes. Rinku strikes to take the fourth wicket with the score on 72 for 4. That was straight back at him. Let's have a look at the replay here. You have to admit that he took that quite well indeed. Flat batted back to him. There we go. And Matthew Rajaram is going to pat himself on the back for doing the ball following on that occasion. Not that he had much ball to follow. It was straight enough indeed. No curve on those balls, Matty. So that's a little bit about design environments, and their values are curiosity, passion, critical thinking, and integrity. So that's design environments for you. So if you're in the Cobb County or Georgia area, I certainly suggest you check them out. Aryan Patel has fallen for 28 of 32. $72 for 4 now, and as I mentioned, this would have been a very, very integral partnership, I think. However, they've only managed to contribute 12 to that cause. And the new bat is Mayank Senior, who also had a wonderful innings yesterday. Rinku with that wicket, he has 1 for 14. And a really, really good comeback here after being hit for 6 from Ashok, the first ball of the over, which would have been an absolutely shock to him. This one is high in the air. Mayank goes. Cow Corner is settling, but Cow Corner can only watch it sail over his head. Mayank Senior is off the mark with a towering 6 over Cow Corner. On the line of middle and leg, maybe heading towards middle, and it was so high in the air. I thought for a second, Liam Mamchan, that Cow Corner might have been in business there. But went so far indeed. Didn't go far over the ropes. He probably hit it more high than hard. But certainly got enough on it. Mayank Senior is a big guy. And he plays the last one calmly back up to the bowler. To talk about an interesting over there. 2 sixes and a wicket at the end of 12. 78 for 4. And there's a shot of the younger Mamchan. He's certainly tall enough to be a model, slim enough to be a model, but you have to teach him a little bit, Liam, how to walk and how to pout and how to pose. And there he is. A pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Aiden. It's good to see you up and kicking, alive and kicking. Drinking your chai tea while doing Tai Chi. Yeah, Aiden Mamchan has decided he was tired of Matthew and myself, so he wanted to go over to field 1 today. That's up in the air again by A Shock. One bounce, and then long off does really well to stop that one from going over the ropes. He's already signaled his intent here, A Shock. A marvelous 53 or 42 yesterday against the Rising Star A team. Got his team to 155 for 6 after they were 29 for 4. And that was all the way back in the 6th over. But that's yesterday. It's a whole brand new day. Mayank Senior and Ashok, can they out-hit each other? Shrey Patel, who is wannabe Jasprit Bumrah, according to Liam Mamchan, continues. He's into his 3rd over now. He's taken the 1 wicket. That of a beautiful caught and bowled against Arion. Quick single here. The fielder picks up and the throw comes in from short extra cover. It was a bit of a wild one to the keeper. Cut nicely by Mayank Senior, but out to that deep point fielder, and it's just a single. We have a fan of the Waltham Tigers here, Boston B-Man, standing up a commentary tent. I'll have to ask his opinion on and get some history on the Boston B team. All the way from Boston. And the umpire signals are wide. There's a lot of cricket being played in Boston as well.
Yes, sir.
And he says he...
Team over there to playing.
Well, that's lovely to hear.
Both teams is very good.
Goes for the slog sweep, A-Shock. And he has so much power behind him that it got down to that deep square leg fielder very, very quickly. And is it all the diaspora, the Indian diaspora, or are you getting more American?
No, all of them is from America.
Oh, they're from America.
None of them is from India right now.
Okay, that's lovely to hear. And did you enjoy the recently concluded T20 World Cup?
Yes, I was there at Barbados.
What's that, sorry?
I was there at Barbados.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Oh, in Barbados.
Yes.
You didn't go to any of the games in America?
No.
No.
Could not get the ticket.
Yeah, well, certainly. At the end of 13.84 for 4, lovely delivery by Straight to finish. But certainly, if you have to go to anywhere to watch cricket, it might as well be Barbados. Yeah, it certainly is. The Lords of the Caribbean, Kensington Oval. And I'm sure you had a look at the museum as well, which is right next to the ground as well, the West Indies History Museum.
Yes.
Yeah.
We visited the first night.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if Marley Marshall, the son of Malcolm Marshall, still works there. Not sure if you met him. No. Okay. But he looks a lot like his father, Marley Marshall. And a very pleasant good day to all the fans tuning in from the Caribbean to this LPS League. Of course, we're coming live to you on 360 TV's YouTube channel. Nice drive again, my A-Shock, and he'll get it down to long off. And what's your name, sir? Bharat, and I'm assuming your last name is Patel.
Yes,
It's a safe assumption here. 99.9% of the players are Patel, and they all trace their ancestry to the Gujarat region. I've never been myself. My good friend here to the left, Liam Mamchan, says it's a dry state, so that's a problem for him.
Oh, you can find it everywhere.
There's a big swing over long on. Mayank Senior almost struck the toilet truck as it was leaving. I clearly thought that was a poop ball from the bowler and dispatched it as such. Really, really free swing of the hands here. Middle and leg kept low. Mayank Senior got under that one brilliantly. Patel continues bowling, and he's been very, very expensive. 2 overs, 2.2 overs for 24 runs. But I get the feeling that that Dallas should be employing their slow bowlers a little bit more. A-Shock and Mayank Senior well equipped to hit the fast ball. And certainly the spinners seem to be giving them more trouble. The likes of Dallas, who took 2 for 12 off his 4 overs bowled on the trot, opened the bowling. Got a wicket in the very first over. And then struck again in the third. Some a bit of the action at field 3. Back here at field 2. Bit of a slower delivery there, I think, from Tani, which I think is necessary on this pitch. But of course, Liam Mamjan, this tournament is something that we would consider a fat match tournament. A bowled! Tane strikes! That's the end of A-Shock. He signals that it may have been a little bit of a slow ball. A wide swing, I should say, from Mayank Senior. But Tane strikes, and the big man is gone bowled for 12 of 8 deliveries. The score now 92 91 for 5. Let's have a look at the replay of that one. Castle, I think it. Let's have another look at. I think it may have come off the pad first, and then ricocheted onto the stumps. Yeah, it certainly looks so. Although he might have just been defeated by the absolute lack of pace on that one. But it's good stuff from Tani. Got a big wicket there, and Mayank has actually gone for 14 off 9, and the score 91 for 5. The new batter is Rohit, who along with Ashok and Mayank Senior had a pretty good knock earlier or yesterday against the Rising Stars. Rohit and Mayank taking him to 155 for 6. After Darmin Patel had done some serious damage, 3 for 10 off 4. That's brilliant bowling in any context of the game. Yes, as I was talking to Liam Mamchan, who doesn't have a mic, so he can't really commentate and disagree with what I see. But yeah, this is sort of a fat match level tournament, as we would say in Trinidad or in the Caribbean. But it's very interesting to see how seriously they take their cricket. These teams, when they get together and they take a wicket, there's a chair and there's everything. And in the discussions with the rest of the team, we've seen some very, very good batting. I don't think there's been a century yet. Couple scores of 80 and stuff like that. So the batting has been not bad. I don't think the players of this level, they have that capability of sustained hitting. I don't think they can do it for multiple overs. You might get a 1 or 2 sixes and a boundary and an over. But to say they're doing that consistently is not something that you could say that they are doing, but they are clearing the boundary with relative ease. I've seen a lot of wides from the bowlers, and that ends the 14th over with the score at 91 for 5. But of course, the owner of this ground he hails from India as well, and has sort of tried to recreate those famous maidans of India with a number of grounds on this complex, and it really is a beautiful venue in terms of having the cricket going on. And good support, and one could even argue, I'm not sure if I'm correct in saying this, but one could even argue this might be the biggest domestic tournament in the US. Because I don't think USA cricket has developed to the stage where they're state teams and stuff like that. So there isn't a Georgia team and a Florida team, but there's certainly yeah. So they have it according to Liam Mamchan, who knows everything. They have it divided into regions, Midwest and Atlantic and stuff like that. So, but in terms of the players coming across all the way across the country here into the Cartersville, Bartow County, Georgia, certainly is a big event. Ashok slams this one into wide long off. Fielder comes around, just gets a single. He looks so comfortable at the crease, Ashok. Full toss, And Rohit Patel will get off the mark with a push into the square region on the offside. So yeah, it's good to see that the cricket is developing in America. That's up in the air. That's over long on. Will it go all the way? It certainly does. Of course it does. It's a shock. And it's a shock to the system here for the Dallas Metroplex because this man, Ashok Patel, is in fine hitting form. Absolutely beautiful shot. Cleared his legs out of the way. Might have been on the line of off stump, maybe just outside off stump. And a beautiful shot of the stumps there as well. And a beautiful shot of the future Mrs. Leah Mamchan as well. Oh, beaten. Excellent ball there. Had Ashok jumping in his crease. 99 for 5. Wild swing on that one. Will get it fine. It'll run very close to the fine leg boundary, but it'll just be a single. I think that also brings up the 100 for the Boston B team. Ashok has progressed quite swimmingly to 19 off 10, maybe 20 off 11, with 2 sixes. Rohit just a 1 run. And that will end the 15th. There are 15 overs left in their innings. They're 100 for 5. What can they get to? I am thinking if Ashok stays in here, they might get up to that 140, 150 mark, but that could be pushing it. Their current run rate has jumped to 6.8. So based on that, if you round that off to about 7, and we have 5 overs left, you're looking at 130. I feel that's a little bit below par, based on how the Boston B really didn't take much wickets yesterday against a rising star A. So it'll be up to one of their bowlers to click. They really haven't put much scoreboard pressure here, and they really haven't gotten away either. If we look at the progression of scores, first over was 5 for 1, second over 14 for 1, third over 16 for 2, four was 21 for 2, and then a maiden for the fifth, 21 for 2. Got a couple runs in the 6th over, 32 for 2, 7th over, 35 for 2, and then 8th over, 44 for 2, 9th over, 53 for 2, 10th over, 59 for 2, 11th over, 65 for 3, 12th over, 78 for 4, 13th over, 84 for 4, 14th over, 91 for 5, and then the 15th, 100 for 5. Yeah, so they really haven't had any big overs to write home about, which again gives you an impression of how maybe tacky the pitch is getting. And we started a little bit late, so it did have some good sun to dry it out. Mehul is into the attack. Spanked to the extra cover region, deep extra cover region by Ashok. And we're back live here. We do apologize for those technical difficulties. It's out of our control. And just to update you, the Boston Bee have lost their sixth wicket. I think it's that man, Ashok. Bowled all over neck and crop. He's been castled by Vinay. But well played, 28 of 19. And that actually ends the 17th over as well, with the score on 114 for 6. Well, the new batter is Navin Patel, and he hit a four that bounced very, very awkwardly in front of long off, and he's gotten it away for 4. Let's take a look at the replay on this one here. He hit it quite well. The fielder had it covered and then it just absolutely bounced over him. He'd have had to be LeBron James to pull that one back in. That's a good Yorker length delivery. It's driven nicely out into the extra cover region for a single. It's Tane who's bowling. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 28 so far. 1 for 29, that would go. That's up in the air again. It will fall just short of that cow corner fielder. As that would be Navin Patel, I think, who gets off the mark with that. Brings Rohit back in strike. Liam says that's a good ball. It certainly looked wide, but it was probably just inside that line. And he's pulling up the replay here as if to prove his point. It looked like maybe a bit of a slow delivery as well, back of the hand stuff. Up in the air! Tucked down to square leg, and it bounced. The two fielders were converging, almost collided with the umpire. And the umpire just sedately removed into position. And the run out is actually affected as well. So that is the end of Rohit, or Navin I should say. He's run out for just 1. That was unfortunate stuff here. Let's have a look at what happened here. As the the fielders converged, they got the throw into the keeper, and the batter was short of his ground, and the run out was given. So the 7th wicket falls with the score on a 121. It certainly was a comedy of errors that led to poor Navin being sent back into the pavilion. And the other thing I was looking at was the the umpire didn't move at all, Liam. He just stood in position. You'd think with the ball coming towards him, yes, it didn't come near him, but it just moved out of the way for the fielders. And the umpire just stood in position. You'd think with the ball coming towards him, yes, it didn't come near him, but it just moved out of the way for the fielders. a step forward or step back or something. But Kishan Patel is the new batter. And he gets off the mark immediately, which would end the over at 122 for 7. 18 overs bowled. And he continues, and this one is swiped back square. He got a thick outside edge on that one, went in the aerial route, and that one will roll into the car park. It seems that the ball wants to see George a little bit. Gave himself some room there outside the off stump and just, I'm sure he was trying to hit that over extra cover, but carved it behind square on the offside. And it ran down to, I'll call that a wide third man area. Maybe even deep backward point. $127 for 7, Waltham. I was thinking they would get to about 140. I think they'll do really, really well if they get to 140 from here, based on their scoring rate. Smack through the extra cover region. The field is running around, and they'll come back for 2, a fairly easy 2. That's a flat batted horizontal shot. I'm certain if the Atlanta Braves baseball team had seen that, they would have said, yes, let's get that guy. He'll get us on base. Quick run, and the throw comes in from wide long on, wide mid on, and just about makes it in. 2 deliveries left in the over. The umpires signal to themselves. It's a little slower delivery, but slammed down to long off again. You see a lot of horizontal bat shots in the T20 game, but I guess maybe as a purist, I like the full face of the bat going with the ball, following the ball, and the angles to get it through cover. Giving himself some room again there, and that was a bouncing delivery. Keeper did well. He's standing up to the stumps. Unfortunately, the ball is penalized for a wide. Dallas Metroplex will feel fairly confident with what they have to chase here. 131 for 7 so far. 1 legal delivery left in the over, and it's another wide again. It's a difficult skill for bowlers to accomplish. That wide mark outside the off stump, where you don't, where the batters will be difficult to get into. Striving up the pitch, dancing up the pitch, is Navin, or Kishan, I should say. Doesn't get any run, and it's a wide again. A full delivery down the leg side, and well adjusted in terms of Kishan. He stood very, very still and got that very, very quickly down to that mid-wicket region. That ends the 19th with the score on 134 for 7. Those wides there, just giving Waltham those extra runs, and it's something that we've seen has been a problem throughout this tournament for the bowlers. Yes, of course, the wides down the leg side are very, very harsh, but the off-stump wides, past the off-stump, not very sensible. Bowlers taking a bit of refreshment here. And we have some of those guys from Pigeon Force, P.F. Roy, hanging around. I love that name, Pigeon Force. Where did you all get that name? Pigeon Force.
He got it. The bald guy right there, half bald, he got it.
The half-bald guy. The half-bald guy. That's an interesting way. I've never described somebody doing as half-bald. Well, he should either go full bald or none at all. But Pigeon Force Roy, P.F. Roy. It's a wonderful name. And how have you all been enjoying your time in Georgia? Where do you all hail from?
I'm from Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Oh, they're from Tennessee. My. Dancing up the pitch, and it's a delivery on the body. Just turns into the leg side there by Kishan. Mayhul is a bowler entrusted with bowling this last over, and he's done well enough. 3 overs, none for 22 before the start of this. And Rohit Patel was run out. Was the man run out? There's Navin and Kishan in the wicket. Beautiful stuff here. This is a brilliant last over. The Boston B, 136 for 7. I think they'd love to get to that 140 mark if they can get a boundary or two. But Mayhul isn't giving them anything to work with. Dancing up the pitch again. Pushes that into the long on region. Batter did not get to the pitch of that one, else he'd have gone full flow on that one. That's punched and mid-off does well. Can't put single, but that's okay. They won't mind that at all. 138 for 7, I believe the score goes up to now. Navin Patel, 10 off 6. Kishan Patel, 5. A wild swing on that one. Doesn't make any connection there, and that will end the innings there for the Boston B. It was a tame innings at the end of it all, and they will finish on, I think, 137 for 7. If we take a look at the full scorecard here, Top scorer was that man Ashok Patel, 28 of 19. Aryan Patel also 28 of 32. 16 from Zinal and 14 from Mayank Senior. The pick of the bowlers for me, Anand Dallas Patel, 4 overs, 2 for 12. 1 wicket for Tani, he was expensive, 4 overs, 1 for 32. Shrey Patel, good bowling from him, 3 overs, 1 for 20. 2 overs from Rinku that went for 20, but he also took a wicket. And Vinay Patel, 3 overs, 1 for 27. So that's how it ends there. 138 for 7. The Dallas Metroplex A will require 139 for victory. We'll take a short break and be right back, I would suspect, in about 15 minutes or so.
A team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common.
Action resumes here at Field 2 in the LPS League between the Dallas Metroplex A and the Boston B, aka the Waltham Tigers. Boston B got to 138 for 7, so the Dallas Metroplex A need 139 for victory. And the Pigeon Force boys are around here. Our good boss Vinud Mamchan has brought some fried chicken for us for lunch. And the Pigeon boys are looking at it lovingly. But I see some rice boiling, so we should have rice for lunch as well. Aidan Mamchan is requesting that we save another piece of chicken for him. No promises when Gerard Basso passes. The two batters from Metroplex are out in the middle. And it's Hardik and Tane who will be opening the batting. Starts with a delivery down the leg side, it looks like. And we'll wait for the signal from the umpire. And it's a bye. So they're off and running the Metroplex. The PF Roy boys will be looking closely at how this pitch is playing. I think you all are playing on this game, on this ground after. Yes, so they'll be looking very, very closely. It's a day 3 pitch as it was. I don't think there's a lot of spice in it. I definitely suggest that the PF Roys use their slower bowlers. Back of the hand stuff. It's a wide delivery down the leg side. He gets a little bounce there on that one. But it's a tennis ball bounce. So there's a short third man, about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Point and gully. Short extra cover. Feel that fine leg as well. 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Mid off. Long on is in position. And there's a fielder deep extra cover, which is a interesting fielding position. Right back on the ropes is that gentleman there. That's Kishan. Conventional mid-off and mid-wicket as well. An interesting field here. Smack past the bowler for the first runs off the bat and it's down to long on for a single. Dancing down the pitch, he can only get it to mid-off. It dribbles off there. Good start from Aryan Patel so far. He seems to be a fairly tall fellow. Decent shoulders as well. Had a bit of a knock coming in at number 4 for Boston B. He had 28 off 32. And another wide delivery. Gets past the keeper. There's no run. The throw comes in, it's a little bit wild, and it hits the batter at the non-striker's end. If this was football, he'd have been rolling on the ground and clutching his face, his leg, his arms, everything. But cricketers are stern stuff, made of stern stuff. Down the leg side. And swung away nicely down to fine leg for the first boundary in the response here from the Metroplex. That was beautifully dealt with there. I think that's from Tani. No, that's actually Hardick. Hardick got a good piece of wood on that one. That travelled very quickly to the keeper, but it's another wide from Tani. Boston B have to remember that they don't have a lot. They don't have a large score on the board, so they'll need to keep their bowling tight and to the point. This one is swung away. It's down to mid-wicket, down to cow corner, all the way for a towering 6. Hardick is swinging his wood all over the place. He follows up the 4 in that over with a 6. And the Dallas Metroplex, well, they've started on fire here. They end their first over at 16 without loss. Or 17, I should say. Forgot to account for the wide. But 17 without loss, that's a good start for the over. It'll be interesting to see if Tane comes back into the attack. Did get some good bounce on a couple of deliveries. The Hardik Patel has swung to 11 off 4. Tane just 2 off 2. And we'll wait to see who the bowler is from the southern end of the ground. This is the LPS League coming to you live on 360 TV, Cricket 360 on our YouTube channels. We're here in Cartersville, Georgia at the Paramveers Sports Complex. That's cut and falls just short of the short third man, but runs into the ropes for 4. There's a scream of anguish from the Waltham players because that really should have been stopped. And it's a freebie for Tane. He looked like he was trying. He rehearses the uppercut there. Didn't quite get as much on it as he wanted, but luckily the ball bounced kindly for him. Mayank Senior is the new bowler from that southern end of the ground. It's a bit short and just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Tani almost getting himself into a tangle there. That's in the air, and that's fluffed that short extra cover. That would have been an easy catch there. The field almost just fell over. And Tane lives to fight another day. Let's have a look at the replay on that one. It was struck firmly. However, the fielder just sort of fell over there at that short extra cover position. I'll have to pull up the replay shortly because Mayank is a spin bowler and get through his overs very, very quickly. That swung far, swung very, very far into the square region on the leg side, and that's a brilliant pickup shot there by that man. And that's Hardik once again. And he will swing that away for 4. Brilliant shot. Brilliant pickup shot. Can't strain line and length on this pitch. The batters are very, very adept. That's brilliant stuff there. It fell, I think, maybe just half a meter in front of the ropes. Swung away again over the extra cover region. Will that run into the ropes? It does indeed. Well. Hardik is on the march. And that takes him up to 19 of just 6 deliveries. It looks like a completely and utterly different pitch here. My good friend Matthew Rajaram, and at the end of the second over, They progressed very, very quickly to 30 without loss. They're setting a brilliant pace here, led by that man Hardick, who has gone to 19 off 6. And there's a shot of the spectators there. There's Mayank Senior, 1 over 1 for 13. Arian, 1 over for 16. And then there's an immediate change in bowling here. We'll have to confirm what the bowler is from the northern end of the ground. The field one end, as it were. But at the same stage... Oh, well, that's a wild delivery. Wild and wide, and it's a no ball. And that will be a free hit. It's Kishan who's in the attack. And it will be Hardick who will get the chance to swing for the free hit, because the batters were able to cross there. Good awareness from Tani to make sure that he gets Hardick back on strike. Free hit coming up. And he gets away with that one. And support for his fielders coming there for Kishan. Yeah, at the same stage after 2 overs, the Boston B were 19 for 1. And Metroplex have already gone up to 32 without loss. Hardick swings again, swings into the leg side, swings over square leg, and it will run into the ropes for 4, just in front of square on the leg side. Hardick isn't enjoying himself on this pitch. He races up to 23 of just 8 deliveries, and that's his 4th 4. I think one thing that has struck me about the batters, Matthew, the batters that have performed, they all have really, really good wrists. Dancing up the pitch is Hardick, carves this over into the square region. The fielder runs around from gully and does the fielding there. And it's just a single. I think he was looking to send that into field 3 for our man Gerard Basso to do the fielding. But yeah, coming back to the batters that we've seen on show. Obviously, cricketers of Indian descent, they've always had those excellent wrists, and we see the batters trying to open up the face, stare it down to third man, and they use their wrists brilliantly. Dancing up the pitch again, as a wide delivery down the leg side. Will that run into the ropes for 4? I think the fielder just about got a foot down to it. They're coming back for the 3rd, and it's a close one. I think the batter is safe. The umpire at leg side signals not out, while the standing umpire, signals are wide. So after all that action, it's just 4 runs there for the Metroplex, and they're closing in on 50 at the end of the 3rd over. This is brilliant stuff from them. Yeah, they moved on to 40 without loss halfway through the 3rd over. Remember, they just need 139 for victory. Hardik Patel has started brilliantly, 24 off 9. Swings again, swings into the leg side. Is it go all the way? We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. It was a badly lined delivery on the leg side. Hardik wasted no time sending that to the ropes. He moves on to a sparkling 30 of just 10 deliveries. The Dallas Metroplex are racing through this total. They've gone on to 46 without loss. And our good friend Liam Mamchan is showing off his ball following as that ball rolled into the Smokies. Another delivery down the leg side. I think he may have gotten a touch on that one. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. The scrambler signal. The throw comes in at the non-strikers end. Hardick was ball watching, and he could have been run out very easily there. He's standing up with his arms akimbo, arguing with the umpire. And I think the umpire is signaling that that ball touched his leg on the way through. When you talk about a supporting role, you're talking about Tane Patel, 8 of 7, while his partner is on 30 of 10. Lovely shot, brilliant. That was posing for the camera. Open up his face and carve that square. That has rolled all the way into the field 3. The 5th day is up after just 3 overs. They progress now to 52 without loss after 3. At the same stage, the Boston B were actually only at 16 for 2. It's almost like watching the West Indies play anybody here, Matthew Rajaram. It looks like a completely and utterly different pitch. When the West Indies are batting, the pitch looks like it has mines in it. And when the West Indies are bowling, it looks like the flattest track in the world. One of the PF Roy boys is laughing at my comment, but I'm a West Indian, I can see it. It's safe for me to see it.
If you guys can hit 250, you guys can make them score 250.
We'll not comment on that at this point, sir. We're focusing on the LPS league here. We can discuss that off here. And we can discuss that off here for a very, very long time. Mayank Senior continues, and that one is swung in the air. My. Hardick is enjoying himself. That one sat up brilliantly for him and deposited over the square leg boundary for another towering 6. Hardick is marching on here. He goes up to 37 with that big 6 over square leg. And he's clearing the ropes by some distance, is Hardick. That's the other point that we have to make. These aren't the bare 6s. These are 12s and 18s that Hardick is hitting. The umpire is certainly getting a workout, raising up his arms. Goes again. Little bit flatter. The fielder is there at backward square leg. And they'll just get a single. Hardick is disappointed with himself. I think he missed out there. He feels that he's missed out. I think the game at field 1 is completed, Matthew. The fielders are trudging off. Still have a lot of cricket to play in this LPS league. It's so much cricket to play. Dancing up the pitch. And he'll just get a single down to long off on the single bounce. That was that man, Tane, my apologies. Mayank Senior is not enjoying himself bowling here. 1.2 overs for 20. Kishan 1.1 over for 22. So wide delivery there. Hardick, it seemed that he wanted to extend his wood and smack that through the extra cover region. But unfortunately his wood wasn't long enough. And this one, well, he has sent that straight back over Mayank Senior's head for another towering 6. That has gone all the distance and way over the scorecard. Mayank Patel is enjoying himself here. And he's raced to 67 without loss. Hardik is on 44 with that towering 6. I'm not sure. Yeah, they've gotten back the ball. It's not 6 and out in this format of the game. Talk about an absolutely destructive innings here. Let me just tell you how Hardik has gone about this. 44 off 14 with 4 sixes and 4 fours. His strike rate, Matthew, is 314. 314. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And Mayank sends down another wide. It's all going off the rails here for the Boston B. They haven't had a great tournament at all. I think they're actually rooted to the bottom of the points table. And they will need to dig very, very deep to get a win here. And with yet another wide sent down. Well. The required run rate has dropped to 4.41. It's 72 needed of 98 deliveries. So they're ahead of the 8 ball by some distance here. Swings again, gets that over square, behind square on the offside, and that will run into the ropes for 4 again. Hardik is swinging his way to 48 now. And just to remind our viewers, if you're watching this, that there's still 2 overs left in the power play. With the Dallas Metroplex, they've gone to 73 without loss, with just 1 delivery left in the 4th over. Mayank Sr., well, he's taken an absolute beating. This one is over the extra cover region and the fielder spills the catch. Well, it was a deep extra cover, and to add insult to injury, it was straight in his hands and then ran into the ropes for 4. That will be 50 as well for Hardik. He swung his wood everywhere all over the ground, getting himself to 52 off just 16 deliveries. And at the end of 4 overs, the Dallas Metroplex, who are chasing 139, they are 77 without loss. 62 runs required, 96 balls to get it. The required run rate has dropped to below 4. It's 3.88. It's an absolute dolly here when Hardik Patel is in the wicket. And at this point, the batter will be so disappointed that Boston B didn't score more, because he's in line for 100 here. Maybe if Tane just plays that good supporting role for a team, he might get close to that 100. We haven't had 100 yet in the tournament. Tane is on strike. It looks like Kishan will be continuing in terms of the bowling. Tane dances up the pitch and just about digs that off the mid-off. And he's going to let Hardik continue to do the heavy lifting. Actually, it's Akshar Patel who's the new bowler, so Akshar will be given a chance. And 2 overs again left in the power play. If Hardik has his way, this game will be over in the next 4 or 5 overs, I would suspect. So Hardik Patel comes into strike. As I mentioned, he has 52 of 16 with 6 fours and 4 sixes. His strike rate has jumped to 325. And he leaves this one alone, and it's a wide. Yeah, the Waltham Tigers need to go back to the drawing board. As an adjustment in the fielding, Arian comes to a widest long off position, and the mid off is quite straight. I don't know if they're going to encourage him to hit straight. He swings this one over cow corner. My. That one is heading to Florida. That was a massive 6 there from Hardik. He marches on. 58 he goes to. And the score jumps up to 85 without loss. Doesn't have to compensate at all with that, Hardik. He's just swinging away. It's almost as if he has Viagra in that bat, Matty. Goes again. This one is flat. And the fielder at mid-wicket, it drops just in front of him. They don't get the single. The fielder does well because that one was skimming towards him. And we've seen that the ground is very, very firm and there's some hard bounce there. The fielders on the edges of the circle will have to be very, very careful. A very, very interesting field there. There's a straight mid-off and a sort of widest mid-off as well. This one is high in the air. Arian is settling on it. Will this be the end? He juggles it. Hardik goes. The Boston Bees strike. They get rid of the danger man, but is it too little too late as the first wicket falls with the score on 85 for 1 in the middle of the fifth over. It really was an entertaining innings from that man, Hardik Patel. Akshar was the one who eventually struck. So Hardik goes for 58 off 19. It's a chance for the Waltham team to regroup here. But really looking at, just to give you an idea of the context of this game, the par score for the Metroplex A at this stage would have been 29. And you're not reading it. There is no mistake in that score. It's 85 for 1. They required, in the context of the game, 54 runs with 92 balls remaining. That required run rate has dropped to 3.5 now. And the new batter coming to the crease is Mit Patel. I'm certain that's short for something. Tane is still in there, 14 off 10. It's going down to the cow corner region and it drops just behind the fielder, and the fielder running around from long on has to do the pickup. So Mitt is off the mark. Clearly he's been taking instructions from Hardik in terms of how to approach his game, and Harnicus told him, go all guns blazing. Goes again. This time he gets the connection. It goes over long on. It's into field one. It's another 6. Mitt marches on, picks up where Hardick left off. And the Metroplex march on to 91. For just a loss of 1 wicket. Still 1 over in this power play, Matty. The over has ended with the score 93 for 1. They require just 46 runs, 90 balls to get it here, Metroplex A, for an absolutely resounding victory. And if you look at the points table for this tournament, in terms of the top half, it's going to become very, very close in terms of that net run rate might come into play. Very, very interesting stuff here in the LPS League. Coming to you live from the the Paramviews Sports Complex, I should say, in Cartersville, Georgia, Bartow County to be specific. It's a Cricket 360 TV production, and we're happy to be here. This tournament is sponsored by Design Environments, beautiful interior decorator and architecture based at Cobb County in Georgia. So if you're in the Georgia area, and I guess if you're in America, you can certainly call them for assistance in designing your special space. Pleasant good day to Design Environments. Hard at work, perfecting that nook and that area for someone. Tane cuts well. The field bobbles a little bit. Will they come back for the 2? No. Tane says no. He's not interested. He says, you do the heavy lifting. I will stay here till the end. Ashok is the new bowler. Ashok Patel. Had a good little knock earlier today. 28 of 19 deliveries. And he had a half century yesterday as well against a rising star team. Mitt watches this one very closely onto the bat. He's a tall batter, is Mitt Patel, so you can see that when he gets those long arms going, he can certainly wield the bat. A little bit of a slip there from Ashok. It's going on the leg side. And he's arguing with the umpire. But umpire's decision is final there. We have a look on the replay on this one here. Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. May have pitched on middle, but it was certainly going towards the leg side as Mitt opened up his body to smack that one through the cow corner region. That's a wide delivery again from Ashok. It's been corrected that the pronunciation is Ashok. So thank you very much for that, sir. This one is swung into the leg side. The fielder takes a dolly at square leg, straight into his lap. Ashok strikes. That's the end of Mitt. And the score is now 95 for 2. So the Boston B don't exactly have a foothold in this as yet. They're really behind the 8 ball, as it were. Still just 44 runs needed. 8 wickets in hand. And there's a shot of those beautiful Gujarati ladies who are very interested in our model / cameraman, Liam Mamchan. And Matthew Rajaram wanted that shot simply because he wants to be in that wagon like that young fellow. The new batter is Shrey Patel. A wide delivery down the leg side. Another wild swing at that one, but this one is outside the line of the off stump. No wide given. One delivery left in the 6th for the power play to end. Trey is back and turns that one into the leg side. Maybe a thick inside edge. They run the single, and that will end the 6th over with the score at 97 for 2. "42 runs required for victory, 84 balls in which to get it. That required run rate has dropped to 3. And Tanay Patel, who opened the batting, is still in there, playing the supportive role, the anchor role. He's on to 15 off 11. Shrey has just come to the wicket, got his first run, and it's almost a dolly here for the Dallas Metroplex. You'll have to do a bit of history on the search of cricket in Boston, Matty, because as one of the original states of that were established in America, they might have been playing cricket in Boston for centuries before we even knew about it. Flat batted through the extra cover region. Super comes off the boundary. They're interested in the second, but it's not on. The throw comes in very good there. Akshar Patel is the bowler. He's bowled 1 over, 1 for 16. Ashok's over actually was quite an economical one. He bowled 1 for 4 in the last over, so we'll probably see him coming back. A nice shot again into the extra cover region. And so I think that takes the score to 99 for 2. Just one more needed for the 100 here for the Metroplex. That's a wide. And that, I think that is the 100. Indeed, the 100 comes up for the Metroplex. And just the 7th over. Once a reminder once again, they just need 139 for victory. So that's 39 required for victory again. Swung away and behind square on the offside, and it'll go over the ropes of 4. opening the face of the bat, using those strong wrists again, and just gets it through backward of square in the offside for a delightful 4. The momentum is all with the Metroplex here. You look at the replay on that one, and really, really good stuff here. But I have to say the Waltham Tigers have let themselves down in the field, because they've had a couple, I think it was at least 2 or 3 drop catches, especially that man Hardick earlier when he was on about 30 something. He was dropped. He eventually went on to 50. Shrey is on strike. Dancing up the pitch, gets past, and that one rats along the turf. The keeper did well to get down, and he was nutmegged by that one. The games in field 1 and field 3 are completed. This one is in the air again. He gets that through the extra cover region this time. Opens up his face, uses his wrist, carves that brilliantly. If it was Thanksgiving, we would say that turkey has been cut up brilliantly. An absolute dolly of a chase here for the Metroplex. They continue to race on. Actually, that one went all the way for 6. That was such a clean shot by Shrey. I didn't even realize that went all the way for 6. Goes again. This one is straight back over the bowler's head. Is it another 6? It is indeed. Well, well, well. There are some heavy hitters here at the Metroplex, and they're enjoying themselves against the Waltham Tigers. And that actually does end the over. No, it isn't. There might be one delivery left in the over. We did mention you. Here to me by the name of Jigu Patel. And we did mention you because you have the same build as a certain Kyron Pollard. And you are wearing the same number as well. So you're known to us, Jigu. Don't worry about that. That over has come to an end with the Dallas Metroplex 116 for 2 after just 7 overs bowled. Ashok will continue. He's been the most economical bowler. 1 over for just 4 runs, and he's also taken a wicket as well. That was a wicket of Mitt. Short delivery, turned nicely into the leg side. He'll run for the single. The batter does really, really well to get down there to the striker's end. That was actually Shrey. So it was Tani who continues his good job. Goes up to 18. 117 for 2. There's 22 required for victory now. Up in the air and fall just short of that square leg field. They didn't get connection on that at all, Shrey, but he lives to fight another day. He's up to 19 off 8. He's already outscored his partner who opened the batting, Tani. But credit to the Metroplex, they've gotten their batting order quite right here. Tani came in, opened the batting, and is still there. Talk about an anchor roll. Deflected onto the stumps. What does the umpire say? Not out. Let's have a look at the replay on that one. I think it candled off the wicketkeeper's pads onto the stumps. And so they're appealing for the run out. Yeah, that's what happened. But his foot was grounded there. Tani. Full toss and carved into the square region. The fielder comes around from backward point and does the fielding. Actually, I would say he's more of a deep point. It looks like he's in front of square. The angle we're at, it's a little bit difficult to tell. I think he's in front of square on the offside. Big swing there from Shrey. Doesn't make connection. Keeper does well. A very tall fella is Ashok, a left arm spinner. So it always troubles right-handers in terms of moving it away from them. Needs to get something maybe to come back in. But I think maybe the coming back in are the ones where the batters are able to just smack away. What does Shrey do here? And he gets a fine touch that gets that on to short third man. The throw comes in. It's a direct throw, but the batter is safely in. Are they looking for the overthrow? They are not. It was certainly not on there. Tani was interested. I don't think Shrey was interested. Another very good over comes to an end there from that man Ashok. And the 8th over ends with the score on 120 for 2. 19 runs required for victory here, Maddie. Cross section of the gorgeous ladies here from Gujarat. There's that man at work, Gerard Basso. I see he's still commentating, it looks like. There's no game going on field 3. But Gerard Basso is still commentating. He's probably practicing and getting it right. Working hard there. "19 runs required for victory. 12 overs to get it, 72 deliveries. The required run rate is 1.58. Swings into the leg side, just over the fielder. He drops it again at square leg, and that will run into the ropes for 4. Another fortuitous 4 there, I think, and that's for Shrey Patel. The Waltham boys have let themselves down in the field. Absolutely. I think that's about the 4th drop catch that we've seen. They always say catches win matches, Maddie. And the Boston Bee are staring down at a big defeat here because they haven't held on to their catches at all. Full toss again, driven down to that cow corner region. They can come back for 2 because the batter got a thick inside edge on that one, so they'll get back for 2 very, very easily. The score moves up to 126 for 2 now. Ravi Patel is into the attack. That's a new bowler. He could have had a wicket with his very first delivery. Big swing. This one goes over cow corner, over long on. That's all the way into field 1. That's a towering 6 from Shrey. He wants to finish his game in this over. He smelled the rice, he smelled the curry, and he wants to have his lunch now. Want to talk about destructive batting here? You have to talk about the Metroplex A. And the Pigeon Force boys will be watching this closely if they have to play Metroplex. Goes again! He goes again! Scores are tied! Officially! Brilliant stuff from Shrey Patel. He's marched on to that, make him 38 now. of just 14 deliveries. Hardik Patel set the pace, Shrey Patel followed, Mit tried his hand, and Tane just stood on the other end and watched it all happen. 1 run required for victory here. Finishes it off in style, does he? Gets it down to long on and it goes over the ropes for 4. That's the end of the match. Dallas Metro A win by 8 wickets. They finish on 142 for 2 and they have over 11.2 overs to spare. This is a resounding victory if there ever was one. Waltham Tigers, Boston B have to go back to the drawing board because they just haven't been competitive at all. Signing off from Field 2, this is Andrew Chan in the LPS League. Big victory for Metroplex A. This might take them to the top of the tables based on their net run rate victory.
Family. We have brought, Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
In renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding, we really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. We have brought, Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding, we really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry. A team of people in the United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. We have brought, Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. We have brought, Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. We have brought, Sudhir and I have brought about successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of a team of people spread over any requirement.
Conversions, because we are able to take the already pre-approved.
Construction time is money. So
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environment and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
And the second game on Field 2 has started in the LPS League. We're confirming who is playing now, and we'll let you know very, very shortly. Is it Roy 11 versus... So we can confirm that it's a PF Roy 11 versus the Bardoli Blasters. Ravi Digas has taken the first wicket. It's Pratik Patel who's gone, bowled by Ravi. And I think that's for a duck. Keenal has joined Sachin at the crease now, and it's Keenal on strike. Wide delivery by Ravi, and they get an extra run as well. The 3-for-1. So PF Roy, they actually Bardoli won the toss and they elected to bowl. Cut there, and there's a misfield at the gully region, so they get a run there. That will take Keenal off the strike. And that is completely first over. It ends at 4-for-1. The new bowler is Nikhil, who will bowl the second over from the northern end of the ground. And he's bowling to Sachin. Delivery down the leg side. They were peeling for a leg for a court behind at the wicket. Keeper did well, but the umpire had signaled that it just flicked the thigh pad, so nothing doing there for Nikhil. Been steady stuff so far from Bardoli. Let's have a look at the replay on that there, because it was interesting. I think that batter, they could have appealed there for a hit ball twice. Let's have a look at that one again at the end of the over. Yeah, he got bat there, and then he used the bat to hit the ball away from the stump. So he could have appealed for a hit ball twice, which would have been quite interesting. At the end of the over, not a bad over from Nikhil. Finishes that second over, concedes just 2, 6 for 1. That smacked over the cover region just in front of square, and that's the first boundary from the PF Roy. Boy, do they need a couple of those to get them going. They're up to 10 for 1. Touchdown into the offside, and they take another quick single here. This is what Roy needs to do. If they're not getting the ball away, then they definitely need to just work the ball around and get some singles. Fairly conventional field if you look at it here. The third man is coming up into a short third man position. There's also a gully and point position. There's a fielder at short extra cover. Long on his back on the boundary, as well as that fielder at cow corner. There's a square leg and mid wicket, as well as a mid off. Most teams have employed this ring of short third man, gully and point, and I like the position. It's not that I don't like it. I think it's a very good ploy. But what I would do is I would maybe bring the gully forward a little bit into like a short gully position, because the batters seem to be feeling outside the off stump. Cuts there, and point is the fielding. The throw comes in, and it's a good throw adjacent to the stump, so the batter had to hustle a little bit, but he's through in the end. Yes, if they just bring that gully up maybe just a little bit at the end of the over, 14 for 1 after 3. If they bring that gully up just maybe a little bit, the batters will have second guesses about trying to open the face and trying to run it down to that area for a single. And if they do go for the single, well, the fielder is close in and closer in, so it will certainly cut out some of those runs. Nikhil will continue. The next delivery, he sort of aborted his run up there. Probably wasn't comfortable with how he was running up to the crease. Goes to the big swing there. And that's Sachin. He's on 4 of 8, 4 of 9. Keenal Patel on the other end is 7 of 8. That's the 1-4 for Keenal and the 1-4 in the match so far. Yoka length delivery, well dug out. The throw comes in from mid-on. The throw hits the stumps. What does the umpire say? No, the umpire was in a very, very good position to see what happened there. And it was a risky single, but in the end, it got there safe. I think the batter knew he was safe as well. Up in the air, that's smacked to deep extra cover, and the catch is taken. Easy out there for Nikhil. And that is the end of Keenal. He goes for just 7. The PF Roy lose their second wicket with the score at 15 for 2. And that's the end of the third over. Actually, that's the end of the fourth over, my apologies. At the end of 4 overs. Is that just 1 run conceded in that over? Yes, it is indeed. Brilliant over from Nikhil. His 2 overs have gone for just 2 runs, and he's taken that 1 wicket. The end of 4, 15 for 1. 15 for 2, my apologies. Patel is the new bowler from the southern end. Asking for the wide is the batter. And that's Milan Patel who's now in the wicket. Sachin is on strike though. A direct throw! No! Well. That looked very close indeed. It was very, very streaky, but the umpire, the square leg umpire, had a good view of that. Just a touch and go again. It was a brilliant pickup by the fielder, very clean. And the throw, well, it was a really, really good throw. The batter looked like he was struggling, but the umpire was of the opinion that he made it. That's a big shot. It's down to long off. Is the catch taken? It's juggled. It is not taken. The batters didn't run either. My, a comedy of errors there. He did really, really well to come around long off because he's at a wide long off. And then he made the distance. And it hit the palm of his hand. And then it hit the palm of his hand again. At least he had the presence of mind to get the throw back in quickly. Milan trying to chance his arm here. Goes again. This one kept low. Sandy Patel is asking questions. There's an appeal for a stumping. The umpire is not making any signals at all. No, the batting. I think the batter is walking off there. Let's have a look at the replay here. No, it's actually a bold. I think it was. Let's have a look at. Let's pull it back there, Matthew. I think that ball clipped the stumps just on the way through. Yes, it certainly did. Just clipped the outside of the off stump, shaved it as it were. That's the end of Milan. Bowled by Sandeep, and he didn't trouble the scorers either. The Nikhil Patel resumes. 2 overs, 1 for 2. The new batter is Ritesh. Sachin Patel has been in since the start, 6 of 12 alone. And really finding it hard to get it off the square at all here. Appeal for leg before, going down leg side, I think. But I've noticed that the Indian batters, or the PF Roy batters, I should say, are hesitant to come forward against the fast medium pace of Nikhil. I'm not even sure if I'd call him fast medium, but certainly enough to keep you honest in this format and this level of cricket. Goes for the cut, gets this one through, but the field is out there and they only get a single. Hit nicely off the hips there for a single. And there's a shot of that man, our friend Jigu Patel. He says we haven't spoken about him on commentary. I said we did, sir, because you remind us of Kyron Pollard and the number on your back. Into the body there, well fielded, well done by Nikhil in his follow through. Coming up the pitch there, mid-off, there's the fielding, does well. The throw comes in, and it's a tame throw, but no harm done there. And that does end the power play overs. That's 6 overs bowled. At the end of the 6 overs, PF Roy in all sorts of trouble. They are 19 for 3. Deep into his crease and pulls this one just forward of square for a single. Appeal for a caught behind, and it is given after the pressure from Bardoli. That is the end of Ritesh, I believe. Caught behind off the bowling of Sandeep. They are slipping into further trouble here, the PF Roy, with the score at 20 for 4. Really was a delayed response from the umpire. There was a lot of pressure, and eventually the finger was raised. And Ritesh has a long trudge back to his pavilion. It is Ritesh, he only scored 1. That's Sandeep's second wicket now. His figures are absolutely magnificent and immaculate here, Maddie. He's 1.3 overs, 2 for 2. Brilliant stuff from him. I think if he ends with 4 overs, 4 for 4, he would be absolutely delighted. As would the Bardoli Blasters. I'll have to refer to my notes if I still have them, but I believe the Pigeon Force and Bardoli were our first game here on field 2, if memory serves me correctly. So it's a repeat of this, and I think the Bardoli Blasters had won that game at a canter as well. Bardoli Blasters currently stand third in the standings. They've won all 3 matches. PF Roy, they've played 3 as well, but have won 2 and lost 1. And the new batter is Pritish, who replaces Ritesh. He's heading for a wicket made, and here there's Sandeep. If he can finish it strongly. No, there was 1 run in the over. Apologies. He does finish strongly at the end of 7. That was a spectacular over. It's 20 for 3. Nikhil Patel resumes, not surprisingly. 3 overs, 1 for 5. Excellent stuff here from the Bardolis. Appeal for a LBW, but the umpire, I think, signaled that it was a bit high. And batter as well signaled that it struck him about his thigh pad. Marginal call, may have been clipping the top of middle. Feeling for that one. How did he not get an edge on that one? As flat batted through the extra cover region, the fielder does well to sort of stop that one. It was smeared towards him. And he'd be weighing a little bit of a bruise on his leg, but he did well in the end. Because it's fielders always go for those sort of sometimes fielders tend to fall over that those sort of shots, but he did well in the end. Sachin gets another run, which takes him on to 10. Pritesh is yet to get off the mark. I think there seems to be some inspection of the ball, and there'll be a slight halt in play. Yeah, it seems to be some discussion about the ball. It seems that it has been changed as well. Might have been deformed or damaged in some way. So Nikhil will probably have a fresh cherry here to bowl with. Not a cherry straws by any means, but a cherry nevertheless. Bowled him! Castled with the new ball. 5 wickets down. That's the end of Pritish. Didn't trouble the scorers. Bowled by Nikhil. Absolutely dead straight delivery. Brilliant camera work there. Picking up that all the way. Castled and middle stump knocked down. New batter is Dhruv Patel. Nikhil now has 3.4 overs, 2 for 6. Brilliant stuff from him. On the leg, on the hips, and turned it nicely for a single. The Dhruv will get off the mark. Taking a look at the full scorecard here, Sachin Patel, who opened the batting, is not out 10 off 22. Pratik Patel was bowled by Ravi Digas for a duck. Keenal Patel caught by Pranav off the bowling of Nikhil for 7. Milan was bowled by Sandeep for a duck. Ritesh was caught by the keeper Path off the bowling of Sandeep for 1. And Pritesh was recently just bowled by Nikhil. And that will do for the end of the over. Another brilliant over there from Nikhil. Just conceding conceding 2 runs and taking that wicket as well. 22 for 5 after 8, P.F. Roy. Sandeep is going to continue. 2 overs for 2 runs and 2 wickets. Conditions certainly a little warmer here now in Cartersville as it approaches minutes to 4, quarter to 4 in Cartersville, America. Sandeep is holding his head. Let's have a look at the replay on that one and see how close that one was to the stump. Because Sandeep was holding his head and there was a leave from Dhruv. Back live here. Interested in the run. It's not going to happen. The Bardolis seem very, very alert and on point in the field. And this is the holding head by Sandeep. The leave. Oh, it was always going a little wide, so you'd have to give the batsman credit. That's Dhruv for the adjustment and for the leave in the end. Turn into the leg side. Will that be the run for the Sandeep over? It will indeed. He's bowled 2 overs for 2 runs and he's conceded his 3rd run in his 3rd over. And based on that, the Pigeon boys will be losing another wicket shortly. He bowled 2 overs, taken 2 wickets, conceded 3 runs. Smack down to long off and the trend is broken. Sandeep will concede 2 in this over. At the end of 9, P.F. Roy and all sorts of bother here. They are 26 for 5. Pranav Patel is the new bowler. And PF Roy won't really care. They just need to get some runs on the board. The one thing they have to their credit is that Sachin Patel, who opened the batting, is still there, 12 of 25. We've soaked up a lot of deliveries. But they bowl so well here, the Bardoli Blasters. I'm not sure what else Sachin can do. But I certainly get the feeling that he might need to start chancing his arm just a little bit here, even though the power play is ended. Try to exert some of that pressure back on the bowling side, and that one just about misses the leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay on that one, Maddie. I think he stepped inside the line of that one and just drifted past that leg stump. We'll have a look at it after this delivery live. Up in the air! It's a spectator's catch, my apologies. I was certainly confused. There's a bump ball. I thought Pranav didn't celebrate taking that catch at all. Yeah, just stepping inside the line and missing that leg stump. That was the delivery before. Good, beautiful bowling here by Pranav. He's maintaining that pressure that has been set by Sandeep and Nikhil. And at the end of the over, they continue to struggle. Just 3 runs off this over. And they get to... Actually, it's not even 3 runs off the over. Yes, it is 3 runs off the over. And at the end of 10, my goodness, Matthew Rajaram, 29 for 5. Now, they certainly need some assistance here at the PF Roy, and I think they're going to have a drinks break, so we'll take a short break and resume and see how much PF Roy can get after this. Action resumes here with the PF Roy and all sorts of bother. Their projected score at the end of 10 is just 58. Actually, well, it'll be 60 now because they got a Y to start that over. It's a caught behind, is it? Yes, it is. Another wicket falls. 30 for 6 now. Let's have a look at the replay on that one as Pranav strikes in his second over. Oh, it bounced high. Got awkward on the batter. And the keeper took it the easiest catch ever as Pranav was running off into Florida to celebrate. 30 for 6. All sorts of bother. The Pigeon Force boys. For 6 here, and it was the set batsman Sachin who was dismissed there. Mihir is a new batter, and it's Bhupen that took that wicket. (13 off 27 for Sachin. It was he really tried his best to sort of hold the innings together. If you can describe this as an innings, as it were. Bowled again! Bhupen strikes! The score goes to 31 for 7. It's a double wicket in the over. And Bhupen is the man here. Bardoli blasters are blasting out the Pigeon Force. 31 for 7 in the 11th over. Good credit to line and length here because you can see the batter again, Matty. He was shaping to try to turn that away. Let's have a look at it here again. Trying to give himself some room. But it's stump to stump here. That's it. Top of middle. Absolutely top of middle. Fantastic bowling here. Really good effort here. Let's have a look at the full scorecard here. So I can run through the bowlers for you because they've all been on point. Ravi Digas, 2 overs, 1 for 12. Nikhil Patel, 4 overs, 2 for 7. Brilliant stuff from him. Sandeep, 3 overs, 2 for 13. Pranav, 1 over, none for 3. And Bhupen Patel is yet to finish an over, and he has 2 for 4. And that will end an absolutely brilliant 11th over. 31 for 7. 2 runs conceded. 2 wickets taken. And the new batter, I forgot to mention that because it's been such a procession here. It's the new batter coming to the crease is Kishan Patel. The PF Roy dressing room, Mari, at this point would be so absolutely and utterly despondent. I think maybe they had too much curry with onions for lunch. Maybe a bit heavy, sitting down heavy in their tummies. Pranav comes back into the attack. He's bowled 1 over for 3 runs. He's bowling to Mahir, who just has a single. And it certainly looks like a tail ender the way Mahir is approaching this batting. Just sticking on that bat and making sure he gets something on it. And he goes for a swipe at that one. And then rehearses a cover drive. Neither of which probably would have been the shot to play to that delivery. Flat bats that very agriculturally into cow corner and just a single. Straight out of Farmers Weekly was that shot. That's lofted. It's straight. Will it be a boundary? It is indeed. Well, well, well. All of a sudden here, some runs are flowing. It's the first boundary in quite some time here. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, it's 37 for 7 after 12. Bit of a streaky single there, cut in the air down to that short third man area. And this is why I've discussed this a little bit, Maddie. Those fielders are quite deep there on the edge of the circle. I understand what they're doing there, but if one of them comes up and it's sort of staggered in a way, then a catch could be, an effort could be made in terms of a catch, and the runs down in that area, the singles are very, very streaky indeed. It's always a close call for the batters. Once again, it is cut into the gully region. The fielder does well, and there's no run. Actually, it's more of a point position, I would say. Another brilliant over from that man Boopin comes to an end. Just 3 runs in it. 13 overs have been bowled. It's 40 for 7, PF Roy. Cross section of the superstars that have come to watch this game, and they're giving a wave to the camera as well. Oh, sorry. Pranav will continue the bowling here. 2 overs, 2 for no. He's 2 overs, none for 9. Up in the air. That's smacked over the head. Will the fielder get around? No, it just goes over extra cover. And he was running back to try to take the catch, but couldn't effect it. It certainly went high in the air. Pranav has been a little bit unlucky here because he's created some good opportunities, Pranav, but he just doesn't have a wicket to his name yet. But in terms of economy, you can't ask for anything better. 2.1 overs, just conceding 10 runs. Lovely Yorker length there, and well fielded by Pranav. The big man gets down. A very, very full delivery, and the ball dropped, and Pranav dropped in the almost exact same manner as the ball to stop the ball. This one is turned to the leg side, and they will run a single down to forward square leg. Throw comes in, excellent throw. Bardolis have looked very, very good in the field. I have to give them that. The batting has been of a good quality in this tournament. The bowling, a couple questionable characters, but certainly Bardoli setting the. This one is straight. Is it straight enough? Long off does well. Parries it a long on, and it's just a single. That's an example of the Bardoli fielding. Long off was running around, and we'll have to. That's a post analysis of our model Liam Mamchan's camera work on that replay there, Maddie, and see if he got everything. Going for the big swing again. No connection there. Yeah, here's the shot. It was a good shot. It was straight. And Long Off did well. What Long Off did was just knocked it down for Long On to do the fielding. Excellent work, Liam Mamchan. I'll give you an A+ for that one. Of course, he's right next to you, so you should get it. Brilliant stuff from Bardoli in the field. Another excellent over ends with the score. I think it's 43 for 7. We'll confirm that with you shortly. And there I am. Hello, everyone. A pleasant good afternoon to you. Lovely to be here in Georgia, bringing this cricket commentary to you. Make sure I get a shot of Maddie. You have to get a shot of Maddie as well. Hard working here. This is our boy Maddie. Pleasant good afternoon to the Rajaram family. 14 overs gone, 43 for 7. Sandeep is back into the attack. And he's tucking up the batter there. Sandeep has bowled 3.1 overs, 2 for 6. He's bowling to Kishan at the moment. Trying to turn that into the leg side for a single. Kishan is 9 of 11. Mahir on the other end, 4 of 13. Trying to cut into the cover region again, and there's no run. Sandeep is brilliant here. He is bowling to a number 8 and a number 9 batter. Again, getting himself in a tangle, Mahir. It's almost as if he's not sure what he wants to do. He's trying to force it through that cover region. And I can see why he wants to do that, because there's a fielder at that short extra cover region. And then the other fielder on the boundary is almost at deep point. So there's a gap there if he can pick that gap and smack it down to the southwestern corner of the ground where the pavilions are. Once he can get it past that cover, that short extra cover fielder. He does indeed this time, but the fella from point comes down, does the fielding, and it's just a single there. And that will end the 15th. Just 5 overs left here for the PF team to get a formidable score, and it's going to be extremely difficult with a number 8 and number 9 batter in, and when they're at 44 for 7 with just 5 overs left in their innings. Up in the air. Will Pranav get his first wicket? Yes, he does. 44 for 8 now. Pranav has strove, and that one was hoiked into the air. And that is the end of Mahir for just 4. 44 for 8 now. They're falling like a pack of cards. Certainly when Gerard Basso and myself are playing cards, not when Leon Manchan and myself are playing cards. The Bardoli man comes to shake my hand because he's very, very happy with this performance. And I'm going to ask you a favor, Mr. Bardoli Blaster, that you chase down this total in 5 overs so me and my colleagues can go home early and relax.
We are not thinking about that.
You're not thinking about that yet. Ball by ball.
Winning is important. It's not important how early you finish.
Very good,
You
very
have to
good.
get more points.
Well, very nice. A bit of philosophy from the Gujarat area. But tell us about, as you have a little bit of time, tell us a bit about the Bardoli Blasters. Where do you all hail from?
I'm here from last 2 months.
No, where's the team based?
Team based. Originally we are all from the surrounding area of Bardoli.
Of?
Bardoli is a mini town.
Oh, right. So it's right. So it's named after the town, right, in Gujarat. They come.
Town in Gujarat.
Yeah.
Built to surrounding area.
Okay. Oh, so they're all from the Bardoli area. It's very interesting stuff here. Clearly, the Bardoli management team have spoken to them about communication. He's not getting ahead of himself. He's saying ball by ball. 44 for 8 is the score. Aryan is the new batter. And apologies, it's actually Kishan who was out there. Yeah, confirmation. It's Kishan who was out for 10 of 16. Big swing again here by Aryan. He's now to the wicket. How did that miss the stump? Pravin is holding his head. He deserved that next wicket. See? He's into his last over. Aryan watches that one very, very closely indeed. He's looking at a wicket maiden here, and that would be so wonderful for Pranav. He absolutely deserves it. 3.4 overs, 1 for 12. Oh, bowled him! Bowled him neck and crop. That is the end of the Aryan. Middle stump out the ground. Pranav has this tendency to float it up and it just drop back and knock back that middle stump. 44 for 9. The Pigeon Force boys are in all sorts of trouble. Will they make the 20? Highly unlikely. Let's look at the replay of that one. It was a beautiful dolly of a delivery, absolutely full, and then it just dropped like a stone, stopped only by the middle stump of Aryan. The last man strides out here with the Pigeon Force Roy, 44 for 9. It's a double wicket made, and he's looking at here, and he will get that double wicket made. An excellent bowling, my Pranav. He will finish on 2 for 12, and the PF boys 44 for 9 after 16. .44 for 9, 4 overs left in this PF Roy's innings. Last pair of Dipen and Mahir at the wicket. Mahir is on 5 of 14. Dipen is on strike. Ooh, that was well dug out by him. As Ravi Digas is back into the attack. He bowled 2 overs right at the start. 1 for 13. Let's take a look at that last delivery, because that last delivery, he did really, really well to dig that one out, Mahir, because it just dropped on him. An absolutely beautiful Yorker length delivery. Yeah, just dropped on him there. Feeling for that one. And you can see the difference in the pace with those two. Ravi Digas, that previous delivery was almost out the back of the hand, and the follow-up delivery was a faster one. 45 for 9 now. Dug out well again. Seems to be a specialty that Ravi has. And of course, the problem with bowling to tail-enders is that a delivery that might get a conventional batter out will not get a tail-ender out, simply because they're not adept at handling it. So I think it has to be stump to stump. That's high in the air! Will Ravi take the catch to end the innings? He does indeed. He takes a second. PF Roy fall for just 45. Ravi takes 2. And that's the end of the innings. 45 all out. The Bardoli Blasters just need 46 for victory. It's been a comprehensive effort from them. We have to run through their bowling at this point, because it's been an absolute excellent bowling effort. Ravi Digas, 2.5 overs, 2 for 13. Pranav Patel, 2 for 12. Let's just pull up the rest of the bowlers here. Nikhil Patel, 4 overs, 2 for 17. Sandy Patel, 4 overs, 2 for 7. Pranav Patel, 4 overs, 2 for 12. Bhupen Patel, 2 overs, 2 for 5. And the scorecard here is a really just a run through of numbers here. Sachin Patel out for 13. Pratik Patel duck. Kinal Patel 7. Milan Patel duck. Ritesh Patel 1. Pritesh Patel duck. Dhruv 5. Mihir 5. Kishan 10. Aryan duck. And Deepen duck. 45 all out. PF Roy. Bardoli, they have a easy dot level challenge, but as their players said, they're very philosophical and they're going to take it ball by ball. But I really don't expect them to have any troubles chasing down a mere 46. We'll take a short break right now, and we'll be right back as soon as the cricket resumes.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry, and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Action resumes here with the Bardoli Blasters just needing 46 required for victory. Their run rate required is 2.32. And they already have runs on the board. Will that go all the way to the ropes? The outfield is very, very fast indeed. It certainly does. Well, just 42 required for victory here now. Let's take a look at the two opening batters here for the Bardoli Blasters. It's Devin Haricha, who's actually played a brilliant innings earlier in this tournament. He scored a wonderful 80. And he's in with Bupin. Yeah, the PF Roy really never got going. The fourth over, they were 15 for 2, sixth over 19 for 3, and the seventh 20 for 4. I really don't think there's much looking back after that. And at the eighth, by the time the eighth over came around, they were 22 for 5. And they got to exactly 45. The opening bowler for the PF Roy 11 is Ritesh, and the Devon is off the mark with 5 off 3 already. That lovely 4 through the square area, and Bhupen certainly seems to be more of an anchor. He'll allow Devin Haricha to go after the bowling where possible. Bardoli won't want to get too ahead of themselves. They don't have a lot of scoreboard pressure, but they won't want to take this lightly. That's up in the air. That's over extra cover. Has that going all the way for 6? No, it's just a 4, but it was a beautiful shot by Bhupen. And that does actually end the first over with 1/5 of the runs already gotten. That's 9 without loss. And good shot there. It really was it went aerial, did Bhupen, but got it through that area with no problem at all. It's still the power play overs. It's just the first over. And there's a beautiful shot of the owner's house on the edge of the field here. Certainly a lovely dwelling. I would have built a bigger porch though, Liam. And we see some of the family members there close in and watching the game. And he looks like that young fellow is going in to get some AC. Certainly would be lovely right about now, even though the conditions are very cool. Changing the bowling here, and streaky run down to square leg, but they get through in the end. It's Keishan who's bowling from the northern end of the ground. I can call it the field 1 end, as that's it's right behind field 1. Down the leg side, that will go fine for 4. Wait for the signal from the umpire. And Bhupen got a little bit of a tickle on that one to send it down to fine leg for 4. This total Bardoli Blasters. They've moved up to 14 without loss. Yeah, badly directed ball from from Keishan, and it was flippantly removed from his pads by Bhupen. And as soon as it left his bat, he knew that it was gone. A short fine leg is now in position. Bhupen goes out to wide long on, and that will run away for 4 as well. That was a clinical shot from him. Absolutely wonderful pickup. Didn't try to hit it too hard. That was pure timing, I would say, from Bhupen. The small man is setting the pace. It was on the line of middle and leg, and he just picked it up. And once it was past the inner circle and wide of that long on fielder, it was always going to run away for 4. 18 without loss. Short and back into his crease and pulls that behind square on the leg side. Runs very close to the ropes. The fielder does well with his foot. And they come screaming back for 2. Good delivery there. Sort of stuck in the pitch. And Bupen brought his bat down on that one. 20 without loss. 1 delivery left in the second over. This game could be well completed before the power play overs are done. Tucks it down and it pushes into the vacant mid-on region. And my friend Bhupen Patel seems to want to bat because he's pinched the strike and will end the second over at 21 without loss. Just to give you an idea, if you're watching this, you will see the stats at the bottom of your screen to show what an effect this is. And there's one of those beautiful Gujarati ladies coming to look for Lord Liam Mamchan. Required run rate 1.43. The Duckworth Lewis score would have been 3, and they're up to 21 without loss. Bhupen picked the strike, and he's going to bat again. Looks like Ritesh to continue. Punches that nicely. There's no run. Harisha is halfway down the pitch. The throw comes in. And it's... he would have been gone for sure, run out, had that throw hit the stumps. There's Ritesh, who is continuing the bowling. Thick outside edge, runs on to third man. Bhupen will get a single. Probably looking to place that one over extra cover again. He rehearses that shot at the non-striker's end. Devin Haricha, 6 of 4 deliveries with that 1 boundary. Really hasn't had much of the strike here. Bhupen has sort of manipulated it. He's 16 off 10. That's a wide delivery, and that will run past everybody for 4. 5 runs, 5 additional runs. They don't have a lot to play with, the PF Roy team, but they're giving away free runs here. Let's have a look at this one. Left alone by Devin. He was shaping up to give himself some room to carve that over extra cover, but it just went wide and went wider. As we see, cut away down to third man. Well, Devin Haricha said, Bhupen, I'm not going to let you have all the fun. I want to make some runs too. That one was a brilliant shot there. Just open the face, use the width, use the pace of the bowler. Let's have a look at it again here. I think he's batting outside leg stump, if not on leg stump, Devin. You have to be very, very careful where you're bowling to him. I would bowl straight at him, but then he might be very, very good off the pads as well. And there's a fielder at a short fine leg. And that's about it in terms of behind leg on the leg side. turns this one into mid-wicket and they hustle a single. .32 without loss now. Just or 33, that should make it. With just 13 runs required for victory. Bhupen Patel 16 off 10. Devin Haricha 10 off 5. Smacked through the extra cover region. That was stand and deliver stuff from the short man. Bhupen Patel smacked through the extra cover region for 4. That was disdainful. The width certainly was on offer there. Max through the straight again, mid-off, stops it with his foot, and Bhupan decides not to go for the run. Is that the end of the over? It is indeed. At the end of 3, it's 36 without loss. And that makes it, the equation is so very simple now. Just 10 runs needed, 102 balls to get it. The required run rate is .59, and the Duckworth-Lewis par score is 5. Just 5. So they're well ahead of that. Not that there's a single rain cloud in the sky at all. Devin Haricha and Bhupan still using the opportunity for a mid-pitch conversation. I don't even know what they'll be discussing. Probably what they're going to have for dinner, because it's certainly not the state of the game. They have all the cards here. It's a royal flush for the Bardoli Blasters. Devin Haricha swings all along the turf. Into mid-off area, and that goes all the way for 4. That streaked across the ground, and that gentleman off the field has to do the fielding and retrieves the ball. Does it quite cleanly. Has a smile on his face. He certainly looks like he had some years of cricket here. Really, really excellent shot there. They're up to 40 now. One big lusty blow, Liam Mamchan, and that's it. Not quite a lusty blow. Talk about a fault done there. Slightly anticlimactic at this stage here. My good friend Liam Mamchan. Punches again, no run. And all of a sudden, with just 6 runs required for victory, the PF Roy 11 bowlers have found their radar. But the 4th over will end with the score at 40 without loss. Once again, they just need 6 runs for victory. In terms of the points table, we've discussed already that the top half of the team, it's very close together. They're very strong, so the run rate will come into play. And certainly with this victory here, the Bardoli Blasters will get a lot of bonus points. Their run rate is going to be off the chart, especially if they don't lose a wicket. They bowled out PF Roy for 45, remind you. And if you want to talk about a team effort in terms of bowling, it really was a team effort there. All their bowlers were absolutely on point. Ravi Digas was the most expensive, and he bowled 2.5 overs, 2 for 13. His run rate was just 4.59, his economy rate. Good delivery. No, it is a wide down the leg side. So just 5 runs needed here. Dhruv Patel. Or the umpires cancelled the wide. Not exactly sure why. I think. Oh, it flicked the pad on the way through. That's why the wide was cancelled. So still 6 runs required for victory. Bhupen hasn't hit a 6 yet. Now would be a lovely time. Smacks that through the extra cover region. The fielder comes around. They'll get a single. So now it is officially 5 required. Dev in Haricha is on strike now. Been a wonderful little knock here from Bhupen Patel. 21 off 13. Devin is 15 off 12. And if he hits a 6, actually, they will go to the exact same scores, which is 21 off 13. He flat bats it through mid-wicket. That will go for 4 down to Cow Corner. And he moves on to 19 off 13. And that would mean just 2 runs are required for victory for the Bardoli Blasters. They have absolutely blasted the Pigeon Force boys out of the sky. Score is actually 45 according to this. It's even. Bhupen is interested in the run. There's no run to be had. Yeah, the score confirmed it is 45 without loss. So scores are even. The Bardoli Blasters can't lose this game. Really doesn't say much. They have all 10 wickets in hand. They have also 15 overs to do it. Big swing. And he gets anticlimactic if there ever was. He just gets a single here. And they shake their hands, actually. That's the end of the game because the scores were tied. And Devon gets the single to finish the game. The Bardoli Blasters end on 46 without loss. They win by 10 wickets. And they win with 15 overs and a ball to spare. It was a comprehensive victory if there ever was one. Bardoli wrap it up with 46 without loss after dismissing the PF Roys for 45. And the PF Roys didn't even bat out their full overs. They were dismissed in 16.5 overs. Big win for the Bardolis on field 2. Signing off is Andrew Chan, producer / cameraman / director Liam Mamchan, producer / cameraman / director Matthew Rajaram. Signing off from the Paramveer Sporting Complex for this game from field 2. This is 360 TV signing off from Georgia in the United States of America.